Hello.
One day there'll be a live stream that I don't laugh immediately as it starts. One day.
And that would be a good day.
It will.
Yeah.
That would be the day.
That will be gross. Anyway, thank you everyone who has turned up. Ali, hello. Thank you. I've already said hello. Hi, Hannah too. As long as you fixed it. And hello, Sarah. This is really strange as a first live show. So, yeah. Do we want to go around and say what we're all reading?
Sure. Do you want to go first, seeing as it's your live show?
I can go first, yeah. Ooh. I'm reading Horseman, finally, by Christina Henry. Hi, Milan!
Lovely. Should I go second then?
Yeah, go for it.
I am reading, well, first up, I'm hoping to finish it, and, well, start it and finish it. I'm reading Legendary Ladies, which is like non-fiction about goddesses. And I hope to finish this and then continue with Year of the Reaper.
Ooh.
So that is my plan. What?
Are you enjoying Year of the Reaper?
Yes, it is really good. It's really good. Way better than Rise of the Red Hand that I tried to read last time. And that was not it. It was just not it.
That's fair. That's fair. I want to acknowledge this one. No, I don't want to. I don't want to read Gaiman. And also, I've got things to read. So these three are all Aurelium books. These will not take me long. So it's poetry and a graphic novel, right? Then I've got a collection of short stories, which I also don't think will take me long. This is the one that I really want to read, though, which is The Beautiful Ones. I'm really enjoying that. But I'm going to treat myself to a chapter of this every time I finish one of these. And then when I finish these, it'll be
You can finish that. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a good plan. I'm also reading this for Aurelium, so that is why I thought it was a good idea to just, get on with it. And since that is the shortest book on my TBR, I was like,
yes,
we're gonna do it.
Smart.
Milan, you could have waved anyway. I would have felt it from across the ocean, but you could have waved at me.
From across the ocean. That sounded so romantic.
It did. Very romantic.
But you guys raise a good point. It is Aurelium and All the World's a Page. So I can't remember what this book is for, but I know I've put it into at least one of them. And also this is a spoiler for my TBR for April.
I feel like if it's a spoiler, then it must be Aurelium because you did your All the World's a Page one beforehand.
Yes.
So unless you feel confident that people would already know that, I feel like it's going to be Aurelium. But I don't know which prompt it could be for unless it's... Was there author's backlist? Was that a thing?
No, I think it was for a book with a trope I like, and this is a retelling.
Okay.
Trope that I like. So I think I've done that. Ali, I have a question for you. If you didn't want to read Gallant, why did you suggest it as a buddy read?
Good question. You do realise it's a sea, right? What is the difference between a sea and an ocean? They're just large bodies of water, but there must be like...
I don't know.
I would like to know that as well, actually.
Is it like with boat and ship, where you can put a boat on a ship, but not a ship on a boat? Is it like you can have a sea in an ocean, but an ocean's not a sea?
I don't know. I don't know.
Like it's all the important questions that we're debating now.
We get very philosophical. We don't. That's not true at all. That is not true at all. So you were discussing whether you wanted to have longer sprints or shorter ones. Have you made a decision?
If we start off with half an hour and see how we get on.
That's fair. if I have to suffer, so does Hannah.
Yeah, I liked it more than Addie LaRue though, so I think that's
Not good enough, Lizzie. I like lots of things more than I like Addie LaRue because I thought Addie LaRue was hella boring.
Yeah, but
If it's anyone's fave.
I think if you were
I haven't read it yet, so.
But if you're struggling with Schwab, I think it's a short read. Like,
this is the thing, though, Lizzie. I'm not struggling with Schwab. I've given up on Schwab. I've accepted that Schwab is not for me. And then Illumicrate did me dirty, and now I don't have a choice. I've paid £36 for this book that I don't want.
Not even that pretty.
That sucks.
The Illumicrate one.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I don't even know if I want to try like her books at all. Because I haven't found any of them that, like, based on the premise or based on the blurb of them, none of them really intrigue me that much. Like, they sound like something I would like, but none of them sound like something that I just immediately need to read. And that's why I'm kind of debating whether or not I want to go into her backlist or just read newer books by other authors. So I really don't know what I want to do. So it's still up for debate, but I don't know. I don't know where I'm gonna go with her and her books.
That's fair enough. I'm just gonna put Ali's coming back. Ali, you have a long old TBR. Could you narrow it down to 3 for us to choose from? According to Google, in terms of geography, seas are smaller than oceans and are usually located where land and ocean meet. That's fair. Like, so it is. You can have a sea in an ocean, but an ocean's not in a sea. I was right.
I thought it was something to do with size, but I didn't really want to bring up size comparisons, to be honest. Don't feel like it's needed.
That's the funniest thing you've ever said. Seas are typically partially enclosed by land. Seas are found on the margins of an ocean. Okay, interesting. Facts.
I mean,
love that.
I appreciate Sarah, for actually looking up the actual definition, because otherwise I'd have sat here going, have I been wrong my entire life about what makes an ocean and a sea? Oh, Ali.
The Crimson Peak. Is
Honestly.
that just because it's just like, you know, you've got women killers, Tom Hiddleston being angsty, and lots of blood? Is that all you need? Because I'm pretty sure I know the answer to that question.
I think Crimson Peak, people only watch it for Tom Hiddleston, really, don't they? If everyone's being properly honest about it.
It's not for the plot.
Well, I haven't seen it, but I know about it because of him. So I think that's a fair enough assumption.
I know what Liz will pick before I even get there.
My vote is Girl in Red, but I am very biased.
I was like, I could have put money on that.
I enjoyed Library of the Dead, though. I thought that was pretty good, and I don't know what Manhunt is, so my vote still goes for Christina Henry. But you don't have to listen to me.
You do. You have to read Girl in Red now, unless you have any other objections to that. No? I think she just read it. Just read it.
Just read it. Oh.
No. Meant to go with that one. There we go.
Well, Ali, you haven't sold me if it's just gothic vibes and pretty cinematography.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I like gothic vibes in a book. Okay. And if it's only that in a film, I'm not.
Okay. What was the last film you watched that was only gothic vibes? Exactly. Shut your pie hole and watch the film. This is the thing with Lizzie, right? Lizzie thinks she has an opinion on everything, and then you just slightly challenge it, and she's just like, everything.
No. A film that had Liam Neeson in it, and it was an adaptation of The Haunting of Hill House, and that was literally just gothic vibes.
Liam Neeson.
Neeson.
I was like, I don't know who that is. That guy. The guy from Taken, right?
Yeah, the Taken man. Yeah,
the Taken guy. Yeah.
I will find you and I will kill you. Him.
Yes, him. Yeah, him.
Did you enjoy that? Yeah, but if you think of like another film that has pretty cinematography and it's just gothic vibes, you've got The Addams Family, and that's one of the greatest films of all time. So, just saying. And I'm not talking about the animated one that we watched for Gothtober because that was bad, but the original.
We don't talk about that one.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
Well, for a start, they take all of the autonomy out of Morticia Addams. She becomes basically an agoraphobe who doesn't trust her children. Would never be. So, anyway, sorry, Lizzie, what were you saying?
No, I was just saying that Ali should read a Christina Henry. I'm not sure if I'd start with The Girl in Red, but it's where you're deciding to start, so I can't take that away from you.
So I can't take that away from you.
Where would you recommend to start? Because I haven't read any of her books either, but I really want to. So where would you recommend to start?
I would always start with the Alice duology, because it's probably the easiest retelling she has. Like, it's a lot of triggering, like there's trigger warning, so like everyone look up those because her books are quite heavy. And then I'd go on to Lost Boy as the best one that she's written so far. But also it depends what you're looking for, but her retellings is probably where I'd start because it's fairly like it's recognizable material, but it's kind of twisting it in different ways.
All right, yeah.
But Girl in Red is good. Girl in Red is very fun. But again, it's set during a pandemic, so I don't know how people feel about reading books in pandemics. You know, I read it in 2020 when it had all just kicked off and everything was going crazy.
Yeah.
That was fun.
That seems like the perfect time, really.
Yeah.
Perfect time.
Literally. Right.
So I just looked up. No, I've got it here, Lizzie. And Ali is correct. So it is The Last Man Meets Girl with All the Gift in Gretchen Felker Martin's Manhunt, an explosive post-apocalyptic novel that follows trans women and men on a grotesque journey of survival, which already has me worried. Beth and Fran spend their days travelling the ravaged New England coast, hunting feral men and harvesting their organs in a gruesome effort to ensure they'll never face the same fate. Robbie lives by his gun, a one hard-learned motto: other people aren't safe. After a brutal accident intertwines all three, this found family of survivors must navigate murderous turfs, a sociopathic billionaire bunker brat, and an awkward relationship of dynamics, all while outrunning packs of feral men and their own demons. Manhunt is a timely, powerful response to every gender-based apocalypse story that failed to consider the existence of transgender and non-binary people from a powerful new voice in horror. It sounds brutal.
It does, and especially
it does.
That upset me. Like, the cover really upset me.
That's really gross, actually.
Yes, very.
I would still stick with Christina Henry, though, Ali, to be honest. That feels like a lot, and I feel like I mean, Christina Henry is a lot. I don't know what to tell you, but Girl in Red has got a disabled main character, and it is, if you're looking for a Red Riding Hood retelling, it's not well, it kind of is, but it really isn't at the same time. It's got Red Riding Hood like vibes, I guess, but it isn't like a true retelling, just as a aside. Hi. Yeah, people need to like stop sleeping on her, really. Yes.
Hello, JB.
Hi.
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 Hi. Have you told people about the fact that you read The Mermaid recently and how not the one that was?
Okay, that's the one Christina Henry I tell people to avoid because it's awful. It is, honestly, it was really, 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 really big letdown. And I think it was because it was after I read Lost Boy, and it turned out to be my best book of 2021. Lost Boy did. And then I read The Mermaid, and it just got really unnecessary, and it brought in a lot of P.T. Barnum stuff, and I was just like, why? There's literally no reason for any of this. And the blurb is essentially the prologue to the book that you then read for a second time, and it's exactly verbatim. So it's kind of like, I don't understand what the point of this was.
That probably wasn't her fault though. That was probably more of like a marketing thing.
Yeah.
But anyway,
no.
I just want to draw your attention to this. The greatest comment of all time.
Aren't we always? Aren't we all looking forward to ruin our lives with books like every month?
Maybe, and I don't want you to think this is an attack, Ali, because I'm currently reading 6 books. Finish something before you pick up something else. Just a suggestion.
Maybe.
That seems like a solid suggestion. Great advice.
If only I could follow my own advice. Straight away. No. Absolutely not.
No thanks. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna happen.
Nope. Not gonna happen.
Oh, yeah, no. But I'm also reading quite a few. And it's just because I've got audiobooks on the go and I just have them on like a loop. I haven't bothered to finish many.
It was more at myself, Jamie, to be honest. Because I finished a book today and felt really proud of myself until I checked Goodreads and realised that I was currently reading 7 books and felt less proud of myself. Oh. Good. That's her child, by the way, in case somebody says hi, I guess. Amazing.
Oh, gross.
Did you want to start at 20 past?
Yeah, we can.
Like that way there's no rush, but people can get settled if they want to start getting ready to read. Actually, that's a point. No one other than Ali has told us what they're reading this evening. So, and even Ali hasn't really committed to something yet. So let us know in the comments down below what you're reading.
Yes, please do. Mood reading is why Hannah has more than 3.
I did say this. Actually, I'll take this down so we can see all of us equally again. I did say this to Abby the other day. I feel like the problem is I treat books the way normal people treat television series, in that you don't just watch one thing the whole way through unless you've recently discovered Netflix, in which case maybe you might. But you're like, try a couple of episodes here and you'll do a couple of episodes there, and you'll be like in the mood for this when you're having dinner, this before bed, this first thing in the morning. That's how I feel about books. And it'll be a case of, right, this is what I'm in the mood for to like sit down and read. This is what I'm in the mood for to listen to whilst I'm working. It's that kind of mess. It's a mess. I saw Hannah's story. Hannah has already tagged us in her story. And what a great choice. It's a great book. It's a middle grade ghost story and it's so good. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
So Hannah, you're still worse.
Oh, of course. I think the most I've ever read at once was 9 books.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Did you feel that? That was everyone being disappointed in me across the globe. Just like,
oh, really?
Oh, seek help. Like that was the vibe there. Thanks. Working on spreadsheets. What
I'm not even surprised. Spreadsheets on Happy Color is just Sarah's vibe. Okay, why do you say
dark? I've heard good things about that.
It's a thriller, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Going red. If you demand I finish something, I can get into Sundial, Daughter of the Moon Goddess, or Tender as the Flesh. I'm more interested in what you think of Tender as the Flesh. And I know you said it's something, but Sundial I kind of don't want to know anything about because I want to see what Lizzie thinks of it first. And I finished Daughter of the Moon Goddess and thought it was fine. So why are you calling me out for it is the only way to watch Netflix is to just watch an entire series. That's fine. It wasn't. I'm calling myself out more than I'm calling out you, Malen. I promise. Flamingo. Yeah, Hannah and I are quite similar in this regard. One of many ways that we're similar.
Yes. Also, in 10 minutes' time, my London vlog will be live. So if people want to check during this sprint, I would not begrudge you.
Sweet. Shall I press start then?
Yes.
There we go. All right, I'll mute myself so I can read.
I was going to be very nice and go, that's time. But then there was a clanging sound. And I'm like, that is the worst way to come back from a sprint. Love it, though. Love
I
it.
didn't even know it was going to do that. I didn't even know it was going to do that. That was my favourite thing. Because like I saw that it was 10 seconds and I was like, there's no point me trying to read the next poem because it's going to take me longer than 10 seconds to read. I'll just update Goodreads instead. And then a gong went off. Like, amazing.
I just loved your reaction to it because you were just laughing when you heard it.
It made me very happy.
I loved it.
To everyone who wasn't expecting a gong and wasn't paying attention to the timer like I was, because I can imagine I get scared when the beep beeps go off on a Google timer. So I can just imagine what it would be like to I formally apologize. But also it's hilarious. And you'll know for next time.
I will see if I can I'll see if I can change it. I don't know if I can, but I'll see if I can. I think I have to sign up. Don't know if I want to do that, to be honest, but anyway.
How did we all do?
Well, I got 68 pages. 68, Lizzie. I did read 68 pages.
I apologize. I apologize for
I will caveat and say that it's poetry, so some of these pages aren't even like whole pages. Some of them are just like that, so...
yeah. Yeah,
to be fair, Lizzie came down and properly apologized last time. So
yeah, I remember her saying that she had to go down and apologize, and then she said it on the live as well. I thought it was hilarious. I was just
yeah. How about you, Sophie?
I ended up reading 61 pages. But half of it is images like this, so...
Very pretty images.
They are really, really stunning. All of them. And I just love it. Especially this one. With Artemis.
Ooh. That's really
so
cool.
pretty. But all of them are just insanely stunning. We love it.
You know, did you get an edition of that book in Higher Waypoint?
I'm sure that could be arranged.
If people don't know, which I hope most people do, Hannah runs a bookshop called Waypoint Books, which is an independent bookstore, and if you ever want specific editions, Hannah can usually get them in. So that's why I'm asking, because that book looks stunning, and I kind of want it now.
I know that there's this one with just goddesses, and then there's also one with just powerful, influential women throughout history, and that is the next one that I'm going to get after this one. So it's really nice, and I just love all of the beautiful drawings and all of the facts that we get about each goddess. It's just phenomenal. So I love it. I really like mythology, so
good.
That's good.
I like mythology as well, so that's kind of another reason why I want to get it. It's the image. I like anything that looks pretty, and also the cover looks really pretty as well, which always helps.
It is, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, do jump into it just for me, Ali. I appreciate that. Read a chunk of Home Before Dark and had a little snack. I need to put my laundry on in the next sprint, I think. That's always a good shout, doing productivity stuff too. We love to see it. I think we got to 6%, 24 pages. We had to take care of a wasp. Hate that for you, Sarah. Hate that for you. I hope you got it out okay. Because the 24 pages are still good. 20 pages of vlog. Let's go to Fort Mason during the Christmas period. Yeah, my vlog was very chaotic. It's just a lot of clips, random clips of London. But yeah, Fortnum and Mason was an adventure into the bougie. Completely different world. I felt like a peasant walking in there in jeans and a cardigan and a backpack on. I was like, they're gonna watch me like a hawk. I think it was the £2,000 bottle of champagne I walked past. I was like, absolutely not.
They don't tend to, or if they do, they're so bougie they can't actually show you that they're doing it. So
It is a good shop, and I like that you spelled shop with 2 P's and an E. Love that.
I like that it's like old school. Yeah, I believe
the
that's
book.
about your copy. It's very pretty.
Yes.
I agree.
Well,
it is very pretty.
everyone blew me out the water, or at least you two did, because I got 48 pages in, but the story starts on page 13, so technically I didn't read 48 pages. I don't know what 48 minus 13 is though, and I'm refused to do the maths on that one. So if anyone wants to do the maths for me, that would be helpful. But yeah. Yeah. Lots of content from me today. I've realized, because I did loads of Instagram today, and I've done my blog, and I've got this. I'm like, did I plan? I planned this wrong. I could have spread it out. I agree, Ali. Mana's behind, but yeah. UMass definitely is the worst. And I can't like it. I am terrible at it. But yes.
I've changed it to the classic timer, Google timer, so that it just beeps at you rather than gongs at you. And also because they wanted my email address and it wasn't secure. So I was a bit like, don't know how I feel about that.
How do we all feel with 30 minutes?
Yeah, 30 minutes works for me.
Yep.
Yeah, should we just do it 30 minutes?
Well, because I think I will finish. I've got like 3 pages left, and then it means I can start this one next. And that will take me more than half an hour, but I'll get a fair way through, and then I'll be 2 down, 2 for 2,
2 for 2.
Yeah. All right, rub it in.
Well, to be fair, I did absolutely cheat because I made at least half my Aurelian books graphic novels. So
I wish I could do that, but I don't have any unread graphic novels, and I read most of them in December, so I feel like it's a little bit too soon. Yeah, too soon for a reread. Fair. So
that's fair.
So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I'm sure you'll be fine. So you're doing Aurelium. Have you chosen your calling yet?
Yeah, I have. And for some reason I chose Necromancer, which is like 8 books. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that. I sometimes, like, the life decisions that I make, they puzzle me. And then I'm just like, oh well, let's just see how it goes, because I couldn't be bothered to change it, because now I have a complete TBR with everything and I'm excited for all the books. So I don't want to change it now, so I'll just, either do great or just completely fail. So there's no in between. Yeah, I feel like I have the same motivation that I did in December when I had to read 16 books. I feel like I have that motivation. And I also have a vacation this month. So I feel like I can do it.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
See, I just chose the easiest one, but also the one that I enjoy the sound of the most. So I've gone for The Illusionist Rogue, and I only have to read 3 books this month.
Yeah, that was also one of the 3 that I was choosing between.
Oh, okay. So you went for the easiest one and the hardest one.
I had that one, and then I had Necromancer, and then I had, was it Demonologist, I think? So it was like the 3 different levels of difficulty, I think.
Yeah.
And I just went for the hardest one. I don't know why.
And Hannah, what have you done for Aurelium, Hannah? What have you
as per fucking usual, I've been a lot. So we'll come back to that, because there are people freaking out in the comments because Sarah decided to drop this.
Yeah. A month is a long time to have a wasp in your house. Yeah.
And then Ali's reactions have just been sending me this entire time. It was more of an annoyance with the buzzing. I wasn't chasing it. That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, at least
okay.
it was just chilling. It was just chilling by a window. It wasn't like going at you. So I guess
No.
that's fair. But also, I would have just been like, I can't have the buzzing. It would drive me insane. I'm with Ali on that.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, to go back to me being a lot, the first time I did the Magical Readathon, because it was such a prolific readathon, I decided that I would steal from a whole bunch of other booktubers and their TBRs, and rather than pick a career as it was, I would find out what career I was good at by reading these books recommended by other people's TBRs. And whilst I haven't stolen from anyone's TBR this time, I am doing that again, where I have chosen a book for every single prompt, and then I will see which career I fall into in the classic way a student would do their exams. Because let's be honest, there are very few who actually like pick subjects that suit them and then go into the career from their subjects as a real thing. So I thought to make it as authentic as possible, I would just do all of them, see which subjects I am best at, and then go from there. So this week, I've picked all the books that are for the most careers, like the prompts that have the most careers attached to them, is my plan. With the spells and inscriptions, short stories and essays coming up 12 times in 12 different careers. So I was like, I need to prioritize this one, for example. So
I also had to do the short stories, and I only had one book that would fit. So now I just have to pick that damn book, and I have had it for years.
I wrote a collection of short stories, so if you need it, no, I'm joking. I did genuinely write a collection of short stories though, because that was a prompt for a different readathon a couple of years ago, like just after I had written it, and I was that person that was like, if you need something to read, let me know. And I hate. I can promote any books till the cows come home. When it comes to actually my own, I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
I can recommend both the books that I've read that Hannah has published. I can recommend both. The short story collection is very funny. And knowing Hannah a lot better now than I did when I first read them, it's even funnier. So if you're looking for like something really super quick that'll give you a laugh, I do recommend Fat Lip. It is very good. And I'm very angry that Hannah also managed to write a romance that I enjoyed, because I'm not a romance reader. And I'm upset and unwell at the thought of it.
Well, I should probably give that a go then, because I'm not a romance reader either, like at all. So
yes.
So the Bridesmaid Survival Guide, you should read. It's very funny.
Do you have like an e-reader or anything like that? Because I can probably just email it to you if that is something.
Well,
I'll ask you again when you're not being like held at gunpoint on a live stream, where it'd be really embarrassing if you were like, no. Like I'll ask you again privately and be like, actually, Hannah, I was just saying that to be nice. Also, I really enjoy that Sarah's trying to downplay this as it's fine. They're docile.
Are wasps actually docile though? Because like I feel like any wasp or bee will attack you if they're provoked. I just feel like any wasp is a problem.
Apparently, they're all downright ferrying. I believe that's terrifying, but I enjoyed it nonetheless.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds brutal. I love that you're like, I went through this really traumatic event, but it didn't actually traumatize me. I'm just too lazy to care. I love that. I wish I had that mentality just more in my own life.
Yeah, just in general. Yeah.
We know you did, but you said ferrying and it was funny. To be fair, though,
I had an image of a wasp with all tiny people just having a ride. It was just ferrying him back and forth. So, hi.
I believe I just heard you go into your room, actually, Danny, but I wasn't sure if that was you or your cat trying to attack my door again, because she was doing that earlier.
You need to click on Ali's comment, because that's hilarious. Although they ferry my soul out of my body.
The thing is, that's where like my mind went to like the ferryman, as in like Greek mythology ferry, rather than
Oh yeah.
Your classic P&O.
Rather than an actual fairy.
No, 'twas you.
Well, I hope it was you, Danny. Otherwise, I'd be concerned.
But that's what I'm saying. Is I
Someone-
wasn't sure if it was Danny because her cat was scratching at my door earlier, and then like poked her head round and was just kind of like, "Hey," and I was like, "All right."
I was a little bit concerned though. Yeah, if it wasn't, because I heard someone walk up the stairs.
Someone's broken in, except they've got keys.
Amazing.
Indeed.
How did they manage that?
I know. When do you want to start reading again?
Now.
Oh, okay. And how long do you want to read for? Half hour?
Sure.
Okay.
That works for me. I mean, if everyone else is okay with it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
See you all in 30 minutes. I hope that was less terrifying, but I kind of don't think it would have been. How did we all do?
Yeah.
Good.
Hmm.
Very
I
good.
finished this one, and then I started 21 pages of this one.
Nice.
Nice.
And I watched your video.
I just managed to finish this one, so now I have to start a new one. Yay!
What are you picking up afterwards?
Well, I was gonna pick up Year of the Reaper, but I'm thinking of picking up the short story collection that I have to read instead, just because I kind of want to get it out of the way, because I'm not
That's
that
fair.
excited for it. So
That's fair.
I'm probably gonna pick that one up.
Be nice if you could get 2 books down. Hello. Oh, you'll be able to get that done. 110 pages. I don't know how fast a reader you are, but I'm sure you can do it. Good. Something. A little bit more of Home Before Dark. I always forget to check what page I start on, but I didn't start my laundry, so I've got to do that next.
We will make a point to try and remember for you in the next sprint.
Yeah. Didn't read much this sprint. That's all right, Ali. You can't read every time.
Every time.
So
what is the collection of stories that you've got that you're not excited about?
Yeah. I forgot to actually say the name of it. It's Trigger Warning by Neil Gaiman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I bought it right after I had read Coraline, and I was like, oh my god, Neil Gaiman is the best. And then I bought a bunch of his books, and then when I actually read one of his adult books, I was like, I don't know. So far, I think I like his middle grade, but I'm not the biggest fan of his adult. But we'll see. We'll see.
Which
one did
adult
you
book
read?
was
Yeah,
it?
which one?
The Ocean at the End of the Lane.
Oh no, that's my favorite one. Oh no.
It's really funny because, Lizzie likes Neil Gaiman, and that's their favorite. I don't. I read American Gods and was like, this is the worst. So
yeah, I also have American Gods, and I think I've accepted that I'm just never gonna get to that one. But I still have Trigger Warning. I do want to try that one, and I also read Norse mythology, which I liked, but that was mostly just the actual myths. So I knew most of them already because in Denmark we're taught Norse mythology in school. So I knew almost all of the stories in that already. So I think that was why I was a little bit bored with it, because I knew what was going to happen. So I think Trigger Warning will be the tiebreaker with whether or not I like Neil Gaiman's adult books. So
that's fair. That's fair.
We'll see.
You're getting through Tender as the Flesh, Ali, to be fair. And if you're being harassed by a child, that also makes it difficult to read. We all have to appreciate that.
I will come back to how much Sarah read, but I really enjoyed the fact that this comment was right next to this comment.
Yeah. Stardust seems to be a bit of a polarizing one. I haven't read it though, because I haven't read much Neil Gaiman. I've read Coraline, Ocean at the End of the Lane, and Good Omens. Those are the 3 I've read, and I've liked all of them. But I listened to the Coraline audiobook, which is done by Dawn French, and that just added much whimsy to the story.
Yeah. Coraline is one of my all-time favorite books, so I was just so annoyed that I did not like The Ocean at the End of the Lane. I was like, how?
That hurts. It's fine.
Not for everyone. I do also want to try Good Omens, but
Good Omens is very British humor.
Yeah.
So as long as you're up for dry humor and kind of inappropriate.
I love that. My aunt lives in London, and I feel like she's the epiphany of British humor. Like every joke that she sends me, she will randomly send me a joke, and she's like, "This is so funny," and I'm like, "What? What?" Yeah. But yeah, so I'm used to it.
Good. I got to 13%, so that's another 28 pages. You're doing well, Sarah. You're doing well. Hi, Yvonne. All right, can everyone just stop stabbing me in the feels today, please?
Do you know what's really funny? Ali had the audacity to once say that I don't know how to experience joy. And I find that whenever I see Ali in comments of live streams, it's mainly just Ali telling me or telling other people about books they liked that she hated. And it's just my favourite thing. And that brings her joy. So maybe I don't know how to experience joy because I don't do that, except I absolutely do.
Because Yvonne is here, I need to show you the cats because they were not in my room and now they're both in my room, and they have both decided. Ignore the fact that my bed's not made. I'm very sorry. But they have decided to.
Oh, the babies!
Oh, cute.
Both be here. Anyway.
Lovely.
Okay. Well, at least you liked something about Good Omens, I guess.
At least you liked something. That was funny. Oh, I'm just sitting on my hands to try and warm up. It's very chilly in my room.
Yeah, same here. But I also did decide to open the window because at one point it was really warm and now it's really cold. So now I have to get up and close the window again, even though I've only had it open for like 5 minutes.
I am
We
very
love
glad.
it.
I'm
Living with
moving
cats is the best.
in the middle of May. I'm so excited. I miss living with cats. Cats are the best. Even though my cat is not cuddly and will just look at you if you touch him. Oh. Look, I never said I knew how to experience joy. I just said you did not. Wow. Right,
genuinely. I think I can't even remember what book it was, but it was like she'd recommended a couple of books to me, and I think the one that broke the camel's back was like a middle grade that was just like a wholesome adventure type thing, and I was like, well, this is boring. And she was like, look, I get it, you don't know how to feel joy. And I was just like, wow.
Now I'm worried about you reading The Hatmakers. I was so excited, but now you've said it, and now I'm scared. I read Stardust in high school for an assignment and had to compare the book and movie, and it had me like it even more.
That's fair.
That's interesting.
I really liked the film, and I think Neil Gaiman's writing style, he thinks a lot of himself, so that comes across in his writing, and sometimes that's fine, and sometimes it's really, really annoying. And I found that with Stardust, it was really annoying. I didn't mind it as much in Coraline because I think sometimes that kind of like broguish type of writing can work in middle grades. I think in adult books it can just come off as pompous. And I've read Stardust, I've read How the Marquis Lost His Coat, which was just awful, and that's a short story, and it felt 100 years long. And then American Gods, which is incredibly racist, incredibly homophobic, and I don't understand how people can enjoy it. I just don't get it. So I actually don't think I will like the Hatmakers. That's awkward because I bought the map makers as well. So
I think if Hannah doesn't like the Hatmakers, Hannah and I might have a bit of a disagreement.
I might need to move out. Like it might be a case of like, oh, we can't live under the same roof anymore. Like I can't remember what the last book was that I was like, I'm genuinely really worried that if I don't like this book, I might lose a friend. But I think it was If We Were Villains. And there were a couple of people who like really liked that book. And I was like, if I don't like this book, I don't know that they'll ever speak to me again. But it's fine. I did enjoy that book, so it's fine.
It will hurt a lot if you don't like it.
I tell you what, Lizzie, if I don't like it, I'll just lie to you.
No, it's worse. That's worse. Don't lie to me.
The thing is, though, it won't make a difference because I'm such a bad liar. If I were to lie to you, you'd be like, no, and now I know that you lied to me as well. It will hurt twice as much.
Don't lie to me, Hannah. If you don't like it, you don't like it, and I will just have to be sad for a bit.
For a bit.
Just for a bit.
Pandering is my personality trait. Yeah, I don't know if lying and pandering are the same thing, though, thankfully. However, Hannah loved it.
I don't know, because Hannah has recommended me quite a few books, and I think every book Hannah has actually actively recommended to me I have enjoyed, which is kind of annoying.
It's almost like that's my job or something. I don't know.
Maybe,
Weird.
but also whenever I've recommended a book to you, I'm always terrified if you're going to hate it. And now Ali has made me even more scared because I've been banging on about this freaking duology, and you're probably going to hate it.
Thing is, right? I am such a pedant and like I'm such a pedantic bitch when it comes to books. And some you'll be like, this has everything Hannah likes in a book. And then I'll read it and I'll be like, but I didn't like this one thing, so the whole thing needs to go in the bin. And you'll just be like, why are you like this? And the reason is I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. I'm just like this. I wish I could just enjoy things, but I can't. So I'm sorry.
I just love it.
I'm really good at recommending things because I read quite widely and I've practiced at it. But I think generally people will recommend you things that they like as opposed to things that you like or will like. So I think that tends to be where it is. And because I have such an eclectic taste, but also very, very specific, I think I am a pain in the ass to recommend for. I'm the easiest person when it comes to like buying gifts or whatever. I'm the easiest person on the planet, but actually recommending me things?
Listen, I just want you to like some of the things that I like. Okay? Is that so much to ask?
Yeah, I also can't dislike things in a casual way. Like, I'm just a lot. In general, I'm a lot.
If you go up to Danny's other comment.
What about feeling adjacent?
Yeah, I don't think you should admit to that, Danny. If lying,
pandering and lying are adjacent.
I don't think you should admit to it. To be perfectly honest, on the internet. But that's why I had to put attention to it because I was like, that's a mistake.
Danny's like, pandering is my personality trait, which is adjacent to.
I don't think you can try.
Like, I'm here going like, I'm a lot. I find it difficult to like things, but I also find it difficult to dislike things. And Danny's just like, same, maybe. I don't know.
Anyway, carry on. Go back to you can always say you love the page at the ending of something, so you'll love it, and at the end you'll either love it still or despise it heavily.
That's how I felt about Wilder Girls. That is how I felt about Wilder Girls. Was like
I cannot wait to see you read that though, because I feel like it'll be me having my horrid moment with you with Ecstasia.
Have you read it?
No.
Oh. At least with horrid, I knew what was going to happen, and therefore I knew what your reaction would be.
You don't know what my reaction was going to be. You had no clue.
No clue. Is that why? That's not why I told you to get your camera. So Lizzie did. What vlog was it you did horrid for?
Aurelium Gear Up.
Oh, okay. And Lizzie was like, "Okay, I've got 3 chapters to go," and I was like, "You're going to need to record the last chapter. Like, for the last few pages, you need to record your reaction." And she was just like, "All right, make it weird, fine." And then like got her camera out for the last chapter, and the whole time she's just like, "What?" Like this the whole time, and I was like, "Yeah." And then it ends. She goes, "No!" Like so aggressively. It's so funny. If you haven't watched that vlog of Lizzie's,
I am gonna go watch it. I am gonna go watch it. Yes, I am gonna go watch it.
It's so good. And then she just kind of like she like pans around to me, and I just go, "Told you so." Like I'm so smug in the corner, like so smug. And like she made like,
oh, that's just the best.
Hannah told me I have to vlog this bit. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, this is it. This is the key. That is not an ending. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I think I dislike things in an even more intense manner than Hannah, honestly. To be fair, yes. Ali does like when something has irked Ali, it's next level. But Ali also has a lot of patience with regard to shit books. I will draw attention, for example, to The Hunting Wives. Did you guys ever see that? But it was one of the Book of the Month books. And basically, the premise of this is that they were all kind of like middle-class women who kind of go on like a women's holiday, like mom's holiday, and then they're supposed to like kill people, except it wasn't so much that they were killing them so much as they were being really creepy around like teenage boys, younger men type vibe. And Ali was like, this book is so fucking weird. She read it though, didn't she? Didn't fucking DNF it. Went through the whole thing going, I hate this. Didn't put it down though. So
see, this is when I want the clicky, because I picked that ages ago to be like, fuck that book.
Fuck that book.
I feel like that is not a book I would ever even consider picking up, to be fair.
No.
Yeah. Ali, we have to sit through Hannah's rants on a regular basis now, and I can't just like if like on one of Hannah's videos where I thought Hannah's gone on a bit, I can't speed Hannah up in person. So that's really interesting, and I have a horrible habit of my face showing every emotion, and I can tell when Hannah realizes I've switched off, because she'll turn around to Danny, who is still there going. I'm done now.
So like I do try and keep my rants to a minimum, but as previously mentioned several times, I'm a lot. The thing is, I DNF like a trooper. So if I am forced to read a book that I don't like for some reason, that's when I rant. That's when I really go off, because there is this underlying thing that has upset me about this book and I wasn't able to put it down. So the last book that I like truly ranted about was Addie LaRue, because I was reading it as a buddy read and I had bought the audiobook to make it easier, and I hated it. I hated it so much, and I hated it more because Olivia was reading it with me and she didn't like it, and she's a completionist. Like, I think she's maybe DNF'd like 5 books in her entire life, because she has like a better ability to pick up things she's actually gonna like. So yeah, that annoyed me. That really annoyed me. And also I'd been gifted it as well, so I then felt guilty for hating it so much.
But let's be honest, I didn't DNF before I knew you. So you brought out the DNF side of me. You're the only reason I actually started DNFing. And I remember the first book I ever DNF'd was Splintered. And it was an Alice in Wonderland retelling. And I hated everything about it. And Hannah was like, just DNF it then. And I was like, oh, but I can't. I've started. And Hannah was just like, DNF.
Nah, DNF. I saw, this was a tweet, but it's something that I quote all the time. A book is not a hostage situation. You do not have to stick around. It is not holding you there. Bin it off.
I need to remember that,
find an
because
audience,
I suck
like,
at DNFing.
Anytime you need reminding, just let me know.
Yeah, I'm terrible at DNFing, and usually I'll say, oh, I'm not really enjoying it, and Hannah will come out with, well, DNF it then if you're not liking it. Just do it. So yeah, if you need a reminder, Hannah is the woman to go to.
My thought is,
I will remember that.
By the time it's in your hands, you've already supported the author, right? You've paid for it, or you've been gifted it, or you've bought it second hand, and you've like given money to a charity shop, right? You've done the contribution bit. Now, if you don't enjoy it, you're not hurting anybody by not enjoying it. So why put yourself through it? Like, I don't understand.
That's a good point. That is a really good point.
It is, but also I am a completionist to the point of I have FOMO of not knowing what happens at the end of a book, even if I'm hating it. Like, there's a reason I'm still reading Midnight Sun, Hannah, and it's not just because I'm highly enjoying the experience.
You know how that book ends. It's the same as Twilight.
It is. But the only reason I'm really reading it is because it's funny to have the experience. But also, it ends different than Twilight. It ends differently, apparently.
I think that is different. If you're like, this is a bad book, but I can enjoy it for the bants with people, great. And that's kind of like, I feel like I had said, like, I was never going to read Midnight Sun. Twilight, I loved at a certain time of my life when that felt acceptable. Now, I don't know if it's good writing, and I will never reread it just in case it's bad writing, okay? I don't want to poo something that I enjoyed as a teen.
It's terrible.
Midnight Sun, I promised I would never read, because I don't want to, like, taint that. In the same way that I will never read the Songs of Ballads and Snakes or whatever it is. Ballad of Song. Yeah.
Whatever it's called.
I still intend to read that at some point. It's up on my shelf.
I'm not going to read it because
Yeah.
why would I taint a dystopia that centralizes a female character who is doing something for her family with a prequel about an asshole? Like, I just don't like the logic there. It's not adding up for me, so I'm not going to do it.
I still haven't read Hunger Games.
Interesting.
I know.
Do you feel
I
like, do you think
haven't
you
read,
will,
like-
or is it like
I think I will, yeah.
okay?
But like any of the like popular books from that time, also Twilight. So like Twilight, Hunger Games, Divergent, all those, I haven't read them. And I haven't read them because when I was that age, I was a stubborn and annoying asshole, and I didn't want to like things that other people liked. So I went and got the books that nobody knew about, and I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. And then the books that everybody loved, I was like, no, don't want to read it. I don't think
love
it's
that.
good.
I
And
love
it
that.
was just so annoying. So all of those popular books I have not read.
See, I was friends with a lot of people like that at school, right? Like, I was friends with a lot of people that were like, we don't like things if they're popular. But then I was that one, like, token friend who was allowed to just enjoy things. So, like, I'd be like, oh, no, I quite like Twilight. And they'd be like, I can't stand people who talk about Twilight. And I'm like, it's a good book. And they'd be like, well, what happens? And then I would just, like, tell them. And they could just, like, live vicariously through me. So it very much tickles me that Ali's like, you don't understand joy. I've always been joyful. And sometimes I've shared... Like, I remember once, I was in KFC with my friend Tom, who used to be very much like a gentleman dandy type. So like skinny jeans and a shirt was how he rocked up to school, kind of thing, and did his hair in a very particular way, and like thought he was what's his face from the Smiths, you know, like it was that whole thing. And like this girl walked in. What is his
name?
It's like, is it Morrissey? Is it Van Morrissey?
Yeah, no. Yeah, Morrissey.
No?
Yeah,
Morrissey. Looked like him. And this girl walked in and she was wearing trackies and Uggs. And he was like, I just don't trust people that wear Uggs. I feel like they don't really have any concept of like their own appearance. And I went, Tom, I'm literally wearing Uggs. Like, I'm literally in front of you in Uggs. And he was just like, oh, you're not the same. Like, you're different. And I was just like, what? That doesn't even make any sense. But it was just, I was allowed to enjoy things that were generally basic, but so long as I was the one token friend that did.
The token friend. It is interesting that you didn't read Hunger Games. I mean, I think if you were going to read any of them, I don't think you should read Twilight. I don't think I want to waste your time by recommending Twilight, but Hunger Games...
I'm not going to do that either. Yeah.
And also Divergent is like, I would say read it before Hunger Games because you're more likely to enjoy it if you've read it before. Because like it's a good story.
The last book is horrible. Like the last book in Divergent.
Oh, I haven't read the Divergent series, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's not the most satisfying ending. Like, I have to admit, but they're not badly written. But like,
you're really selling it, Lizzie. Keep going.
Out of the 3 series you said, I think Hunger Games is your best bet because that is a decent trilogy.
Yeah, I think of I don't want to call it that type of books, but I do have like Hunger Games and I have The Darkest Minds, and I'm really interested in both of those. The Darkest Minds because I saw the movie and I actually did like the movie, and I was a little bit annoyed that I wasn't told the entire story because I know that there's 4 books, and I was just like, I kind of want to know where it goes from here. So that is why I decided to pick up that book. And Hunger Games, I've seen the movies, I really like the movies, and I wanted to read the books.
I've not read Darkest Minds, actually.
No, that's one of the ones that I want to read, but my fear is 2012, the writing style for YA was very specific. And like very specific. And I liked Twilight at the time, and I liked the Hunger Games at the time. And I don't know if I'm going to enjoy like any book from that era, which is one of the reasons I have not picked up the Shatter Me series.
Oh yeah, I haven't read that either.
Because so many people tell me I will like it because I enjoyed Twilight and Hunger Games and things like that. They're like, "Oh my god, you'll love it."
I've been very back and forth with like picking that up, so I don't know if I will. And
no. I read the first book of Shatter Me, and it was honestly one of the worst books I have ever put time into. And I was like, this is convoluted. The main character's a pain in the ass. The villain is not a villain. And all of these people need to stop crying and do something about their life.
Stop crying. God, don't you just hate it when characters feel things? That's the worst.
No,
That's
no,
the worst.
She's got
How
rogue
dare you
powers.
feel things?
Mm.
She's got rogue's powers from X-Men, but not rogue from the comics. It's rogue from the movies where she touches people and like they die and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And the whole premise is she finds someone she can touch without killing them. And he's horrible and he's awful.
So this is relevant to what we were saying about like 2012, because Anna Dressed in Blood is one of the Lamentable Library books. So Lamentable Library is a gothic book club that I co-host with Kelly from the Velvet Library, and this was one of Kelly's picks. I did not choose this.
Hannah showed me the cover for it,
Mate, it's
and
bad.
I was like, oh my god, this looks just awful. And like, I'm sure it'll be fine, but this cover is not doing it any favors.
No.
I need to find the cover now. What was the name of the book again?
Anna Dressed in Blood. What a title. Like, honestly.
Love the title.
But if we're talking about decent,
Oh no, that hurts my eye.
right?
Like,
Right? It looks terrible.
Because I'm a graphic designer. Like, I've studied graphic design, and this just it's not it. It's not it. It hurts.
If we're talking
no.
about good YA though, and like decent YA from the past, and Ali is here. Poison Study.
Oh, top tier.
Is and Ali started a read along, and I'm actually really upset with Ali. So Ali, I'm upset with you because you stopped the read along, and I haven't picked up the next book because I've been waiting for the read along to come back, and you've not said, and I'm really upset. And you don't have to tell me now, but just so you know, I've been really enjoying this series, and it's a fabulous one. And I didn't know about it until Hannah was like, "Oh, this series." And I know you had a lot going on.
Literally, she like moved house, found out she was pregnant, chronic pain kicked in, spicy sads. Like, it literally, Ali went through it all in one go.
I get it. I understand. But that doesn't mean I'm not upset that I couldn't, like, I wanted to wait for the read along, because otherwise, by the time the read along happened again, I would have forgotten. My brain reads book, forgets. Reads book, forgets.
To be fair, and the thing is, I didn't want to harass Ali about it, but I also didn't want. I love using the phrase "spicy sads." I will not apologize. I have put Fire Study, which is book 3, in my Aurelium TBR on the off chance that the Ixia Chronicles thing happens at some point, because Ali is a much quicker reader than I am, so I'm not too worried that if Ali does decide to pick it up again. We never actually had a live show for the second book, but I'm in the mood for the third one.
Listen, I want it back, okay? And as someone who was taking part, I want it back because it's a decent YA series, and I wasn't expecting any of the stuff that was in there. It seems to have been written way before its time. Like,
it's so before its time. Yeah,
it's such a progressive series, and it's got a female main character who isn't completely fucking useless and can do shit for themselves, and that's one of the reasons I love it.
And you see her learning to do the stuff, right? Because I know that sometimes people don't like montage books where it's like, and then she learns to fight, and then she learns her magic. But actually, like, because you see her progress in a certain way, it's so good. And what I also really liked is, upon rereading it, is seeing just how many characters of color there are and how many LGBT characters there are as well, that I just didn't notice as a teen, but as an adult, that's like, I want to be able to recommend books that have good rep. That was really important, and I thought that was really cool.
It just seems like a book that I need to add to my TBR as well.
Yes, you do.
I've actually never heard of it, and like,
yeah, I hadn't heard of it either, and it's definitely one I think more people should read.
Yeah, but the thing is, in Denmark, most of the international books that are sold in the stores are things that either has an adaptation, will have an adaptation, or is very popular in social media. So if you go into a Danish bookstore like today and you want an English book, you can find Sarah J. Maas, you can find Leigh Bardugo, you can find any contemporary, because apparently that's the thing in Denmark. So English fantasy books are really hard to find unless you order them online.
Yeah.
So like series like that have never been on the shelves in Denmark. You would have to order them online. So
That's fair.
It is decent though, and I think if you can get your hands on a copy, it's one that I cannot recommend enough. But also, I love how Ali is like convince Hannah to do it. I don't think Hannah will take any convincing Ali if you just, asked. But I understand you have a lot of shit going on. And I don't want to push you, but I'm also totally pushing you.
Like even if we don't make it an official thing, like I said, I'm reading Fire Study because it's a light source, fire, etc. For Aurelium. So if you do decide to pick it up, I don't know where you got with Magic Study, which is book 2. But for anyone else watching that's like kind of interested in what we're talking about, the Poison Study series the Ixia Chronicles is a 6-book with like 3 spin-off books by Maria V. Snyder about a young girl who is in prison at the start of the book, and she's basically given an out. She can either be executed or she can train to become the poison taster for the general's food, and she basically takes option B, otherwise the book would be very short. And in the process of becoming this poison taster, she spends a lot of time with assassins and soldiers, and she has people like chasing her and trying to kill her, and the pacing of it is spectacular. But you learn about magic and the magic world, and there are some very, very dark moments. But obviously I love that. I love a dark book. I love it when I know it's going to end in tragedy, and the whole thing is so cleverly written. So,
but I need everyone to ignore the covers, because
the covers are bad. Yeah,
the covers.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah, the covers are circa Twilight. But it's so much better. When Hannah was trying to sell me this series, and I was still on the fence, and I saw the covers, I was like, oh, this feels like teen trash again. I'm not sure. But I was wrong, and I think the covers do it a disservice, which is really unfortunate. But also, Ali, all I wanted to suggest was, if you're going to read it and you're going to buddy read it, I want in. But that's better if we're going to do it in the Discord.
If we do it in the Discord, I think that makes sense. But Ali's got her own Discord server, and then I've got mine. So it makes sense to do it in Ali's one. Yes. I don't think... am I even in your Discord, Ali? I don't even know. I'm
in too many Discords, I think.
Right?
Because I lose track of where I am.
I would like to point out that 2 years ago, I didn't even know what Discord was. And now I'm like in 80 of them. I'm like, I'm just here to make friends.
Literally.
It's like, the exact same thing here.
Yeah. My parents are
like I'd heard of Discord, and I was like, oh, that's something for gamers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's and then I was like, oh, okay, apparently not. So
but
just gonna join.
It's nice because it's quite a good place for a community thing without too much pressure, because you can just take your time to message and stuff, but also be keeping up. So yeah, Ali, I didn't know you had a Discord, so I mean, when you drop that link, I will click.
I need to check. I'm actually gonna do that now, because I really thought I was, but now I'm not convinced, because I think I was for the readathon. Oh no, I've got the Explorathon one, but I don't know if that's just your main. Probably not. I think it's just your Explorathon one that I'm in, which is the readathon that Ali hosts in January, which is all sci-fi and fantasy based.
Ooh.
Just as an FYI. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to ask the question again. When would you like to read next? It doesn't have to be right now. Just curious.
In 5 minutes.
Through Pokemon Go. I love that.
That was such a big thing, and I never understood Pokemon Go. I said that really strangely.
What was there not to understand, Lizzie? Like, what lost you?
Pokemon.
Oh, Pokemon themselves. Okay. I've got the Kingdom of Chaos, which is my general server. Excellent. Excellent. Well, if you drop it to me over on WhatsApp, I can put it in the comments as an actual link. Because I think if you try and drop it as a link in your comments, it won't actually come up for me to select. But if you drop it to me on WhatsApp, I've got my WhatsApp open and I'm the one doing the clickety clicks. So
yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about like Hannah being able to comment as me, and like I'm slowly. I'm like, I'm fine. I can just sit back and relax, you know. Excuse you. I did not. You did not see me.
to be fair, like I said to you earlier, I was like, I wasn't going to do anything. Every now and then I was like, haha, I'm going to write I'm a poopy head or something like that. But it just doesn't seem worth it.
No, it doesn't, does it? Also, I'm getting really hungry, so in the next sprint, I'm going to be cooking.
Should we do 40 minutes then? I don't know how long it's going to take you to cook. And then eat. Because, you know, we need to eat as well. So
yeah, 40 minutes is fine. Hello! I said that really aggressively. Hello!
Give me a little chuckle. Hello.
I'd love to know what a little chuckle is. Just a ha-ha.
It's a ha. It's just one wheeze. Right?
Oh, God. Okay, that really confused me then. When again, I had done that. I feel like I'm going to pin the comment. I can do that. Pin. There you go. It's at the top of the screen now.
Oh, hostess to the mostess, Lizzie.
What?
Just sat there, making no sound, saying nothing, doing
Oh.
nothing.
Yeah, sorry. I was joining Ali's Discord, actually.
I figured, but it was just the fact that you were like immediately just like on your phone, just like, oh no, that's fine. As a host, you can absolutely sit there in absolute silence. No, that's fine.
I pressed the wrong button, Hannah. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, I'm still using. I did something wrong. I don't need to out myself. That's fine.
We'll talk about this instead then. A Bad Beginning, I believe it's called, and it's a good time. I need to reread those. They're so good.
It is good.
Not gonna lie, as a kid,
another book series I haven't read.
Okay, that one's like a middle grade, like Wild Time. I think you can do them pretty much in a day if you're like doing the audiobooks and stuff. Like they're not particularly long. But the thing that blew my mind was it took me forever as a child, because my dad read them to me first, to realize that Lemony Snicket was not a real person, because it's the author's name on the cover.
Yeah.
And then like the fact that the acknowledgements and the like two person was all part of the book, I was just like, you know, genius.
Mind blown.
Right.
But it is a decent middle grade series, but I wouldn't recommend binging them all at once, because they do seem to follow the same beat.
They're very samey. But they are also for children. So yes.
The audiobooks are really good as well, because Tim Curry reads some of them, but also whoever Lemony Snicket's real name is, because I still don't know, he reads some of the others. But the audiobooks are great.
Whoever Lemony Snicket really is. I really enjoyed that. I don't know why it was like a little bit, who could it be? It's a mystery.
It's a mystery.
That's still the question, though. Who is Lemony Snicket?
Mm-hmm. Who is it?
Daniel something. That's really helpful, Danny. Just Daniel
something.
It's not going to help me. Handler. Yes.
Daniel something handler. I wonder what Daniel handles. There you go. Sarah came in with a sensible answer, which is the full name.
Sarah saving us all from confusion.
I would love if Sarah was like, oh yeah, I googled it, because this will be the second time today coming in with the facts. There we go.
It was.
There we go. Look, that's not good enough. You didn't Google it, so no one cares.
Yeah, and you only said Daniel, and that wasn't going to prompt my memory, because I have a memory.
It could have been any Daniel. It could have been Radcliffe. It could have been. I'm literally trying to think of
How much
Defoe. No,
twist?
that's William. Isn't
No.
Wait,
But how much of a plot twist if Daniel Radcliffe was actually Lemony Snicket? That would be a plot
Day
twist.
Lewis.
Day-Lewis.
Daniel Day-Lewis. He's an actor,
Yeah,
right?
I know, but I love how you're still on this.
I'm literally trying to think of
Are we
other
just
Daniels,
naming
and
Daniels
I've got 3,
now?
and I'm so annoyed at myself that I can't think of more Daniels.
Craig.
Paul Daniels?
Daniel Craig.
Daniel Craig. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Sarah! Oh, this is great. I love that you've
Incredible.
done this.
Incredible. Incredible.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Should we start at 20 past? Because then that takes us to the top of the hour.
Sure.
Also, because I need the bathroom. That's the main reason I suggested it this time.
Okay. We can go whenever. If you want to pee, like we can stop. We can sprint now.
No, it's fine. I can wait.
Okay. I'm just waiting for my stomach to rumble loud enough for my mic to pick up, and that's a scary thought.
Yeah, you were very hungry.
And I don't know whether to bring my laptop with me so you can watch me cook or not.
Do you want to? Because then you've got to bring it back. That's the only thing.
I mean, with a plate. I mean, that's a good point. Because I think I'm going to make my fajitas, my 2 fajitas, and bring them up.
Yeah, that's my plan, is when dinner's done to come down, grab them, and bring them back up.
Yes. I have no idea what this is referring to. Oh, stomach rumbling.
Oh! Okay, so Hannah is a friend of ours, and we sometimes, when we want to just like chill out, we will just sit on Zoom, and every now and then you'll hear a sound that is kind of like thunder, and then Hannah will just apologize very quietly afterwards, and like it's so funny because you never expect it, and it's never like, it's not even necessarily when she's hungry, because it could be like mid-morning or mid-afternoon, or like she's just eaten, but it's just this like, and it just comes out of nowhere, and Hannah always looks like really sad that it's happened. But it's like, it's nothing. She can't control it. It's not her fault.
It's very
like,
amusing.
So sad.
It's very amusing when it does happen, though, because we all of us clock it, but none of us say anything. We are all just like, ah.
Now, the first couple of times, I was just kind of like,
yeah,
like, what is that? What is that? Yeah.
We're all a bit used to it now, though.
I just constantly rumble.
At least you're consistent.
And we're not always rumble.
Yeah, consistent rumble. I'm reading a middle grade book, The Extremely Inconvenient Adventures of Bronte Metalstone by Jacqueline Moriarty, who is Leanne Moriarty's sister.
I think I've heard of that one.
Don't know. But I like that it's an extremely inconvenient adventure. Like, that already makes me go, ooh.
I love things described as extremely inconvenient.
I feel like there's just something about that title that makes me go, I've heard of that, but I cannot place it at all. Like, normally I can picture a cover or something, but this one I can just not place it at all. But I'm pretty sure I've heard of it.
I just like the fact that you're like, okay, you've got 2 sisters. One of them writes thrillers that are turned into like HBO massive dramas, and one of them writes middle grades. Like, it's just very different vibes, you know?
I feel like that would be me and my brother. Like, we're like very similar in some ways, and then very, very different. Like, for example, he wants to study to be a lawyer, and I'm over here drawing things on my computer. So,
well, actually, I was going to say, with your graphic design like degree or background, I guess, are there like certain things you look for on book covers that you're like, yes? Yes.
Well, something that always kind of like influence my opinion on whether or not I like a book cover is the font, because the font is so important to me. And for example, with the US cover of Daughter of the Moon Goddess, I feel like I like the font and I like the artwork, but separately, I don't feel like they match. Like, it's just very mismatched. And stuff like that, I feel like it just annoys me when looking at a book cover, when there's that little flaw, in my opinion, that I just can do nothing about, but it just bothers with me, and that will instantly make me not like a cover.
That's
So I am
interesting.
very picky when it comes to covers. So especially with the fonts. The
That's
fonts
fair.
are always something that I notice.
Okay, so for example,
It is interesting. Like, while Hannah's getting her example, the fonts on American books versus the font in British covers, British and Australian and all of that, I do think the British covers tend to get it more right than the American editions do. That's only by ones I've seen, because sometimes I think the Americans use such strange fonts for no reason. Sorry,
I
Hannah.
agree. I definitely
no,
agree.
like literally, if you're like, oh, this one versus this, like that one, it's got like a whole.
But I feel like that, like, obviously, I don't know what that book is about, but I feel like it fits the vibe because I'm getting pirate-y things from the font, because it seems very kind of old school, but also Pirates of the Caribbean-ish with the font.
Literally, the first story is very Pirates of the Caribbean, only much, much sadder. But they're all kind of like historical fiction short stories, but they're all very different.
Yeah.
So the first one's pirates, the next one's cowboys. But this one, like, I'm obsessed with anything that has like almost classic art portraiture on it. So the fact that this has got like a full-on painting, and then I also, this is so silly, I'm just going to get really into it now and be a massive nerd. I really like that the flowers and bugs like are a mirror image of each other.
Ooh,
I
didn't
really
even
like
notice
stuff like
that at first.
Right, it's because I stare at this a lot because of how beautiful it is. So
it is really beautiful. Yeah,
I've got a couple of others where it's just a portrait kind of thing with like just a simple bold font. That's kind of like my favorite type of cover, is something like that, as opposed to something like this that feels kind of messy, because like there's obviously lots of things behind it. But that's why I was just interested to know what you as a professional think, because I'm not. You are. You're a professional. You've got learning and stuff.
I have this one specific book that I ranted about the cover for ages, and then I actually read it, and I was like, before I read it, I was like, I hope that it's better than it looks, and then it just wasn't, and I was so disappointed. But that was like the main thing that annoyed me with that cover, was like the different types of fonts. And it was just, I still have it, so I could bring it out and just show it. But
please,
it is,
I'm interested.
Yeah, get it.
I'll do it. It's a Danish book, and Danish, like, all of them really struggle when it comes to the covers.
Struggle. I'm really intrigued now.
I'm also going to turn on the lights. Okay, so this is the book.
Oh.
So the first issue I have is that this person looks very photoshopped, and I do not like it. Also, we have 3 different fonts, and all of them have some kind of special feel to them. So especially her name, it does not fit with the other 2, so that bothered me so much.
See, that's my one thing with these books. So, right, Sylvia, that's the font she has on 3 of her 4 books.
I was literally about to bring up Sylvia and Renee Garcia books and the way that text is used, because Velvet is the Night is the only one that annoys me because it doesn't fit the look of the other books.
No, so all of them have like the bold and then this bit, whereas Velvet Was the Night has quite like a serif, like a calligraphy font, and then her name in this font for absolutely no reason. Like, where did this go, and why? But with her new one, with Dr. Moreau, that's daughter of Dr. Moreau, that's coming out, back to this font, and then this.
I feel like if you're gonna go for like a theme on your books to have the fonts match, then go full out. Don't change it for one book. Like, no. And especially when it's a font like that, because I feel like a font like that would fit most types of books. So I feel like even if it was a thriller or a romance or something, it would still fit, because it is kind of like a font, a very broad
like
font. You can use it for a lot of
a
very neutral font. You can use it for a lot of things. So in that sense, I don't understand why I changed it for one book. But there might be reasoning behind it from the person who actually did the cover, but
my only thought is that obviously this is set in like the 1800s. You've got Mexican Gothic, which is like early 1900s, and then Velvet Was the Night is like the 1970s. So I don't know if it's just that these are meant to be like very. Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
But Certain Dark Things also matches.
Yeah,
And
that's true, and that's 80s. So
But-
that blows that
Velvet-
idea out of the water.
Velvet Is the Night has got a specific look to it, though,
Mm.
and that font works for that cover.
Mhm.
It's just
Yeah.
annoying that out of her series of books where they all match, it's that one that doesn't. But the cover works and the font works for that whole
Mhm.
look of the book. It's just frustrating because it doesn't match, and I like it to match because I'm that person.
Yeah. Well, I'm also that person, so
Yeah. Should we sprint?
Yeah, let's.
yes, let's do it.
Hello, I am here. I have my food. Oh, my phone is telling me that we're back. It's very funny. How did we do? Silka, I think you probably were the only one that read, although I don't know. Hannah might have done.
Well, I didn't do much.
Well, you've got a coffee,
started-
so that's different.
I did. Actually, I have two.
Oh, so you're doing it right there. You've got a warm one and a cold one.
So I made a chai latte and like a salted caramel iced coffee thing.
Ooh, yum.
Because I cannot drink like straight black coffee. I can't.
I have to
So
have
I have-
sugary drinks.
Exactly. I have basically every other type of coffee in my kitchen because I cannot with black coffee. It's not it.
No, I agree. I agree fully.
It's just not, I cannot.
No.
But yeah, I started trigger warning,
Yes.
and I think that was the fastest DNF I've ever had.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I read the first 3 short stories, and I cannot tell you what they're about because I don't know.
Oh.
I was reading the words and I was like, I don't know what I just read. I couldn't tell you. So I think I've decided to DNF that one. And then tomorrow morning I'll go to the library and see if I can find like a Danish fairy tale collection thing.
Ooh, that would be good.
That is kind of what I feel like, because I could always pick up any Hans Christian Andersen because there's always like a trillion different collections of his works at the library because he's Danish. So I could always do that. But I think I'll just go to the library tomorrow morning and see what kind of short story collections they actually have, and then pick something that I actually want to read, because the only reason I put that on my TBR was because it was the only one I had.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I'm not going to read it, and I'm probably going to unhaul it soon.
That's fair. Well, if you didn't like him, you didn't like him.
I didn't. I had no idea what, like, I think the first one was about a chair and him building a chair. And I was like, what? I didn't understand what was going on. And he said that building a chair is similar to writing a book.
Right.
And I was lost. I was like, huh? What?
Yeah.
It didn't make sense to me. So I was like, no, you lost me at that point.
No, that's fair. If you didn't enjoy it, you didn't enjoy it. I think fairy tales is a good way to go because they're pretty quick to get through anyway.
Exactly. So
yeah,
I'm gonna go give that tomorrow.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. It's a good idea. I don't know if I've got any like short story collections like on my shelves I can think of other than Batlib.
Yeah.
Which is
hello.
Hey. Sorry, I was getting my dinner.
Yeah, mine is now sitting in front of me. Yeah, Silka has DNF'd. DNF trigger warnings, Hannah. Didn't say it.
That's unfortunate. Tell me all about it. What did I miss?
Well, I read the first 3 stories in it, and I could not tell you what they're about, except for the first one, which was him building a chair and saying that building a chair is the same as writing a book. And I was like, what? So I was already lost at that point, and then the next 2 stories I was just like reading the words, and I forgot like instantly what it was about. And I was so bored, and I was like, no, I'm not going to do it. So as I just said, tomorrow I'm going to go to the library and find like a fairy tale collection, either by Hans Christian Andersen or the Brothers Grimm or something, because I know I'm going to eat that up because I love it. So I think that is what I'm going to do about the short story prompt for Aurelium.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, the copy that I've got of Grimm's Fairy Tales is really cute, and I found it in a charity shop for like £2. So
yeah, I think I have at least 5 different copies at my parents' house of Hans Christian Andersen's tales because I think every Dane has at least one copy of his books. Like, but I also have a couple of the Grimm's copies at my parents'. But I know that they're not home tomorrow, and I don't have the key because my brother keeps losing his key, so he needs to borrow mine all the freaking time. So I cannot actually get into their house and get the books, so I'm just going to go to the library instead.
Smart. Fair.
Well, everyone did a lot better than I did because I was cooking. 57 pages read is brilliant. Hannah, well done for 40. I hope you're out of your reading slump because I know you were struggling. You've been struggling. So
to be fair, if she's reading Evelyn Jones, I'm not surprised because it's amazing.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I have hope for you. And 40 is really good. 26%, 52 pages. That's pretty good. I didn't read, felt the need to clean the living room because it was giving me anxiety. Well, I mean, you were productive, so I mean, I think you can still claim that as a win.
That is a win. That is a win.
And yeah, Ali, reread Fat Lip because, you know, it won't take you long and it's a good time. As you know.
I mean, I would just pick your favourite 3 and then just skip the rest and call it away. That's just me. Yeah.
And the fajitas
is hella depressing.
Oh, really? Depressing. Oh, I was just saying, my fajitas took me longer to make than I thought they would.
Thank you, though.
Why is your book hella depressing?
So it's a collection of short stories written about women in American history. And so far, both short stories that I've read, 2 of 15, have had death in them in the most traumatic way. So in the first one, it's a young girl pretending to be a boy as a pirate who does something heroic for her pirate pals, and then they just let her drown. Okay. Second book is about an Alaskan Inuit who watches her parents get murdered by colonizers. And it's like, I can't wait for story 3. What other traumatic experiences can we go through? Who knows?
Is everyone just gonna die in that book?
Say hello to Nathan. Well, I can say hello to Nathan. Hi, Nathan. You can hear me. I forgot. 20 pages for me, but I always read slowly when I like a writing style. But that's good. At least you're enjoying it. You done? I don't know. It depends on Silka and Hannah, to be honest, because it's whatever. Probably at least 2 more, I guess. But like
I have no plans tomorrow, so it's fine.
Yeah, well, I have plans, but not anything early on, so
that's fair.
And don't feel like you have to stay if you guys want to go, other than Hannah, because Hannah, you actually need to click.
Yeah, that's fair. I love this. This is really funny to me.
You know, it's weirdly true, isn't it? Oh. But yeah.
Sorry, someone just asked me about books.
I put too much spice in this, Hannah. So I'm hurting
I did think that. I was like, oh, this is nice and spicy. Lizzie will hate this.
Well, I was trying to rush, and I opened the fajita thing, and loads more came out than I wanted it to. And I was like, at that point, I was like, well, it's too late. I can't put it back. It's in the pan.
To be fair, it wouldn't be so bad. But yesterday I did paella, and I put way too much spice in that as well. And Lizzie just sat there eating it, going. It was very cute.
I am so bad with like spicy food.
I am the worst.
I cannot.
A hint of spice, and I'm like, my tongue hurts.
Same.
Ali, you can hang out with us. It's fine. Who's asking you about books, Hannah?
Abby. But Ali just texted me to say that she's just had a book arrive, and she's ordered the paperback copy of Katie Roberts' The Dragon Bride.
Okay.
So guess what book Ali will be picking up next, because it just arrived. She hasn't said that. I'm just guessing.
I mean, it'll be a wild ride. It always is.
Mm-hmm.
With Katie Roberts.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like twice. Oh my god. So, Silka, because you've DNF trigger warnings, are you going to pick up Reaper?
Yeah,
That one?
you have the Reaper.
That's the one.
That's the one. It's very like it's a fantasy, but it's also very different from the fantasies that I normally read. And also it's a male protagonist, and it's been so long since I've read a book with a male protagonist, so that's kind of fun.
Mm.
And I have a feeling that something really traumatic has happened to him, but we haven't been told that much about what that traumatic thing is.
Mm.
So I'm kind of also just waiting for that to happen, like to have an explanation of some sort of what he actually went through and why he can all of a sudden see ghosts.
Oh.
Because he's very secretive about being able to see ghosts. He don't want to tell anybody. And I want to know why. I mean, obviously, because they wouldn't believe him, because that is what he's saying, but I feel like there's another reason for it as well. So I want to know. I'm very intrigued.
I feel like I should pick it up because it's one of the Fairy Loot books that I still haven't picked it up. But
yeah, I have so many Fairy Loot books that I haven't picked up yet. Like, it's not even funny. Every time I get one, I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna start that soon. And then it just sits at my shelf staring at me. And it's like, excuse me? I thought you were gonna read me.
Yep.
And it just never happens. So there's
Abby
that.
from Abbey of Pelennor is the only person I know who reads her book box book first. I don't know anyone else who does. And I literally was talking to someone
I'm
today who
impressed.
has just cancelled their subscription because they have 20 Illumicrate books that they've not read yet. And I was like, fair. Because I know I've got quite a few that I've not read.
I'm a little bit tempted to go count mine.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have 3 shelves of Fairy Loot books. But some of them are also books like when they done collections, like from Blood and Ash, I bought that one. And Graceling, because that's one of my favorite series. So I also got that one.
I have 10. I just counted that I haven't read yet.
That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
I'm gonna do it.
It is a bit bad though, isn't it?
It's nearly an entire year, but
Hannah, they're pretty.
Are we counting sequels or only the
No,
first one? Like
just
only the first one, the one that we get in the box.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Milen's got 24.
1, 2.
The only book boxes I prioritize are Waypoint ones.
I wish I could say that. I wish I could say that, but I'm still like I'm terrible.
You do prioritize them because I make you.
That's true. That is true. But I'm only just getting to the Black Hawks, and that was one of the first ones you put in. I have to prioritize book club books, otherwise I never get to them. I can't even say that because I'm still reading Cold Boys Wood. How many have you got, Silver?
Well, 14, 15 if we count this, 19 if we count it when we've had the additional books, so the paperbacks. So I would say 19 in total.
That's fair.
So I'm proud of myself, really. Really proud.
I think Milan wins on the 24th.
But like there's just so many of them that I really like actually really want to get to, and then there's a few where I'm like, I could have done without. So but I don't know where to start, to be honest. I think I have 3, at least 3 on my TBR for this month.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. I haven't TBR'd any of my Fairy Loot books this month.
Neither have I.
No, I have. That's a lie because I've got Daughter of the Moon Goddess. That is a massive, big fat lie.
But that one wasn't picked.
I also
for
have that
you.
one.
That's true.
That one is on your TBR because it's the book club book for a readathon you're doing.
Yeah. It's the
So you
book
didn't really
club.
have a choice with that one.
But I'm also buddy reading it with Celine.
Who hosts the readathon and thus chose the book. This is true. I do that. I do that.
Hannah doesn't do that to me anymore, Ali. Hannah just gives me a book and says, read this.
Basically.
But it's a spicy.
Very different from the spicy sads I was talking about earlier.
Which book? Which book? I'm very curious. And now we have to wait for Milan to type out the comment. And I'm not a patient person in nature.
Well, Ali did tell me to read to you the tags that are in the front page, the content notes of the Dragon's Bride. Would you like to hear them? This book includes Demon Bargains. I only watch Once Upon a Time for the Scaly Lizard Man. Beauty and the Beast retelling. Soft Monsters. Two Peens. Not two penises, two peens. Size Difference. Falling for the Monster Husband You Never Wanted. Forced Proximity. If You Sexy Run, I Will Sexy Chase You. Breeding. You're Too Big. Mating Frenzy. Sorry Not Sorry, I accidentally on purpose ripped off your birth control pendant. That's the last tag. Like, this is going to be wild. And then it's like, content warnings, domestic abuse.
I have questions.
Do you really? No, do you? Do you have questions? Because Ali will have answers.
No, it's the if you sexy run, I'll sexy chase you. I'm not sure how that's a sexy thing. I'm trying to figure that out, you know?
Think Klaus and Caroline in Vampire Diaries. That's my thought. That is sexy run, I'll sexy chase you. Oh,
I feel like that's going to be...
I can see it, yeah.
But I feel like it's going to be exactly the opposite of that, though.
You never know. You never know with Katie Roberts. So the book is The Dragon's Bride by Katie Roberts, who was the same author who did Desperate Measures and the other Wicked Villains series, which are all BDSM books based on Disney characters.
And she also recently did Neon Gods, which is just Wicked Villains copy-paste, essentially.
I'm never even mad if writers copy-paste, though. Sarah J. Maas does it, and I feel like if you enjoy a certain thing, knowing that you can have the same thing in a different font is a good time sometimes.
Yeah.
I need variety, but I do appreciate when people like a very particular thing, because I will watch any murder mystery. If it's like a cozy one, like Midsummer Murders or Sherlock Holmes, or whether it's like a proper gritty one, doesn't matter. I will watch any murder mystery. So I can understand when people read a very specific style of book and it's just copy paste every single time. I get it.
But it's not my husband runs around trying to... Ah! No! I also woke up with that.
Everything about that made me laugh, because I can absolutely imagine Ali being like, this is sexy chasing, and her husband being like, leave it alone. Also, Ali's husband looks like Dave Grohl, so to me it has very much Dave Grohl being chased by Jack Black vibes. Just that kind of crazy chaos. Ali looks nothing like Jack Black. It could not be more opposite, in fact, but it's just the carry-on style, you know?
I hope that's not what you think is sexy run and sexy chasing, though, Ali, like in all seriousness.
It is to Ali. It is to Ali, but no, it is not. It is female male.
Now, like, why do I have to remind you of that? I'm still eating. Like, Ali, I appreciate you, but also I'm
still
eating.
eating.
And it was also way too early to wake up to that message.
To wake up to that message.
It was in the. I don't know if it was on Twitter or something. I can't remember, but I definitely saw it.
Oh, the thing. Oh no. So basically, I can't remember if it was Thursday or Wednesday. I woke up and opened Twitter before I was even out of bed. I think it was something like 7:30 in the morning, and I saw two tweets next to each other, and one of them was Abby saying something really wholesome, and the one just above it was Ali talking about poking her husband's butthole, and they were right next to each other. And because Ali's in America, right? So she's like 5 hours behind, possibly 4 because of like time, or 6. It's going to be one of those. Anyway, so she wakes up obviously a lot later than us, but she also goes to bed a lot later than us. So her tweets tend to be the first thing I see when I wake up. And it was a lot. And I just screenshot the wholesome and the butthole next to each other and put it in the group chat and just said, guys, it's not even 8 a.m. So
Yeah. And then I woke up a little bit later. And that was the first message I saw.
Ali does look like a teenage boy. A teenaged boy. It's really funny. So Ali will go through these phases of like picking up different aesthetics for how she wants to dress and look. She always comes back to teenage boy though. So it's always the sweatshirts and the baggy t-shirts and like the I can't be fucked with my hair today kind of vibe. But every now and then she leans very heavily into e-girl, right? And like she'll just suddenly be on the internet dolled up, wig on, and I'm just like, who is this person? And why can't I see them in real life? But then my favorite one is she texted me maybe 2 months ago saying that she'd seen a dress that she really liked the look of, and now she was like ready to like fully nosedive into that aesthetic. And that aesthetic was 50s housewife. So it was like the very like tea dress style thing.
Yeah.
And she was like, how would you feel if I just ordered like 60 of these dresses? And I was like, absolutely fucking not. Because I know what'll happen. She'll never wear them. She will never wear them. So then she went back to teenage boy. And that's the safe ground. And that's good for her. Good for her.
I feel like that is also a very comfortable aesthetic.
You will never be uncomfortable in teenage boy clothes.
My brother is the strangest person I know. He just texted me and asked me if I could buy him bus tickets for tomorrow, and I am just like, it's the easiest thing to do because in Denmark we have this very specific app that you can use, and then when you have that, you can just buy your tickets through there with something similar to Apple Pay or that kind of gist. And I don't know why he would want me to do it for him, because that makes it just that more complicated. And it's just because that when I went to like the equivalent to high school, I think, I took the bus every day for like an hour and a half each way. And because of that, everybody in my family thinks that I'm just an expert on buses. And it's so annoying. And it's the worst thing to be considered an expert on. I'm like, excuse me? We also at some point calculated how long I've actually spent in buses for those 3 years. And it was 60 days.
It makes me sad.
I was like, what? That's too long. Too long.
That's 2 months. You spent 2 whole months on a bus.
Yeah. No.
And also, yeah, they can. To answer this question, yeah, they can. It can be as bad.
On that note, should we sprint again so I can finish my fajita that's fallen apart so I can't eat it while I'm on camera?
How long do you want to sprint for?
I am fine. How did 40 minutes? 30, do you want 30 minutes again? I can do 30 minutes. I'm not fast.
Okay. Silka, any ideas? Any preference?
No preference, but we can just do 30 minutes.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, let me just reset this then.
Sharp intake of breath.
There we go.
Sweet. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, my book's getting good.
Good.
It's always when it gets to like something interesting happens, the sprints end. It's just
Always the way.
yeah. It's fine. How did you guys do?
Not too bad. I managed another 24 pages and another short story. Less depressing. No one died in this one. She just had her
that's
heart
good.
broken. So,
Oh.
yeah.
Well, I guess that's better than dying.
I think my main issue with this collection of short stories is because it's very American history, like truthfully American history. It's a lot about slavery and colonization and things like that.
Yeah.
And whilst I think there is absolutely a time and place for those stories, I don't know if I'm in the mood to really sit there and think about how horrible white people are at 9 o'clock at night. Do you know
That's a
what I mean?
good point. Yeah.
Like, I just don't. Yeah, I don't know. So I might move on to a different kind of horrible white people and pick this one up instead.
That sounds like a good idea.
How did you do, Sorka?
I feel like I did fine, but I have also forgotten at what page number I started.
That's fair.
I think around maybe 25 pages, but I really don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. I did 27 pages. So we're all on about a even keel this time.
Indeed, indeed. So
Yes.
Mia was not reading; they had to pick up their needs.
Yeah, well, that's more important. 60 pages. Well done, Hannah, and thank you for joining. And I'm sure I'll catch up with you soon.
Danny did the dishes, made some tea. Lovely.
Mm-hmm.
We love that.
We have the first 2 books for Aurelium. 2? And another 36 pages from Sarah. God, people are killing it tonight.
Yeah, that's only grabbed. That means she just took them upstairs. It doesn't mean she read them or started them. Just that she picked them up.
That's true.
I also read and grabbed the first 2 books from Aurelium, so it's easily done.
It is easily done. I don't have to grab any of them. I have an entire shelf of my book of my TBR down there.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like I made a mistake because I have my chair.
The 2 shortest books on your TBR. Love that. You've got what? What were you saying?
I've got this chair that you borrowed, that you lent me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in front of the bookshelf. So,
Mm-hmm.
and every time I have to move it, it's a heavy move. And I feel like I made an error by putting the books down.
Oh.
Because I could put the books in my TBR cart downstairs, but like, there's a lot of books.
Let's not discuss lots of books, shall we? Let's not use words like lots, because it won't be nearly as many as I've got. So,
yeah, no, that's true. I can, yeah.
So my TBR game that I do every month puts 10 books on my TBR already, and I'm doing All the World's a Page, and I'm doing Aurelium. So
we love that.
All the TBRs.
Yeah.
All the
TBRs.
Yeah, my TBR game was really nice to me, but I haven't posted the video yet, so I'm not gonna.
I did see what happened. Insanely jealous because although I haven't edited my TBR video yet, something happened in it that I'm really upset about, and Hannah knows because Hannah watched it happen, and I was very upset because I'm like, wow, I had more control over it this time and I still got screwed over.
I want to know what the side eyes are for. What are the side eyes for?
How many books are on your TBR? I think.
Okay,
No,
I do have a whole spreadsheet about it, which I then loved that Ali was also talking about updating spreadsheets. So 15 on your TBR for this month. So at least I'm reading them. Well, I know I have more than 15 because I know that for Aurelium, I've kind of budgeted at least 5 books a week.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad for Aurelium I only have 3, but I'm also kind of cheating a little bit with Aurelium because one of the prompts is to read a book with claws on the cover, and I'm not doing that. I'm reading a book with an animal that does have claws. The claws just aren't on the cover.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think the claws actually have to be on the cover. It's just that the creature has claws.
Creature with claws on the cover. So yeah. Assuming it would just be, it's fine.
It's just a creature that has claws on the cover. Because, like, you can't guarantee that just because, like, for example, the book I've got's got a wolf on the front, but it's just kind of hanging out. It's not
I've got a wolf on mine too. Mine's a wolf too. Who knew?
I did. I knew that you were going to pick a wolf. Because you started that whole conversation with me the other day by going, I really like wolves. So that's kind of the giveaway for me.
I do.
Which books have you chosen for that prompt? I also have that prompt to do. I'm just kind of intrigued what other people have picked.
I've chosen Sundial. Is it Sundial?
Yeah. That's the one you told me the other day, because you were like, it's got teeth on it, but not claws. And I was like, it doesn't matter, it's a wolf.
Yes. Oh, Sundial.
Oh, that's pretty.
And I totally blame Gem from Bookish Gem for this, because I saw it on their channel and I was like, I need it. I don't care what it's about. I need it. And also this.
Very pretty. 10 out of 10.
And then tell everyone what you said when you read the synopsis.
I went, oh, it's a thriller. I thought it, right, okay, but I thought it was a horror. And it might still be closer to horror, but horror and thriller tend to toe a line. And I prefer horror over thriller horror. So
horror.
I still want to read it. But it's a creature with claws on the cover. And it's a wolfie, which makes it even better. We could, if you wanted to, Ali, we could totally do that. I'm down.
You will have to manage that, Lizzie. And you will have to chase Ali. Not because she won't read it. If you set her a target, she will read it. But if you just go, shall we read it this month? She will either not read it and pick it up the last minute, or she will pick it up, immediately finish it in the day, and be like, oh, sorry, I forgot we were buddy reading it. So
that's fine. I will pick a week. I'll break it down into how many chapters, and I'll do it that way.
I'm just saying. And Ali knows damn well that I'm speaking from experience, because we've tried buddy reading 100 different ways. Once we were going to do a buddy read where we did it as a vlog. So I would read the first 3 chapters and discuss it. Then the vlog would basically pass over to her. I remember you doing this. Yeah, except we chose a book that we both fucking hated, so it never actually happened. So devastating. But yeah, so but I've gone for The Wolf and the Woodsman by Ava Reid. Because Waterstones have their swanky paperback edition that just came out, and it's signed, which is really exciting. And I had credit on my Waterstones card, so I just had to treat myself. There you go. Denies nothing. But they were also in the comments talking about how many books they own. And Sarah, if you haven't seen, I posted my entire owned TBR video. It's really funny because I start off just kind of like alphabetical, and like it's quite slow, and then you can see by the end that I'm losing the will to live, because then I'm just like, and this one, and this one, and this one.
There is a specific moment where Hannah's soul leaves her body, and you just watch it happen.
It's around the tea section.
Well, no, it's before that. Actually.
Oh, is it? Okay, for me, it looks like
light behind your eyes. You sort of go stone-faced, and then you get to the thus, and then your whole being just sort of, why am I still here doing this? It's a great video.
I have to watch that.
It took 4 days to film.
And every time I went to Hannah's room, Hannah hadn't learned and was still making a wall of books, so Hannah couldn't leave their room. So that was very funny with the walls of books. And it would be
became
like
a running
"I've got the
joke.
screen."
It became a running joke that my interior design style is to just make barricades out of things, because
Yeah.
like Lizzie and Danny would come downstairs and there would be boxes in a barricade, or like basket, like whatever it is, books, like clothes. Everything had to be in some kind of wall shape, you know. And the total was 317.
Yeah.
That I own and haven't read. That's not including books that I own and have read.
I agree with Danny, though. I think Sarah owns more books because
Quite probably.
Sarah gives me anxiety every time I see them. Not because I don't love them dearly, but because of the way they pile their books. And I'm like, if they fall, one, they'll fall and that's upsetting, and two, they'll just fall on you.
Except the corpses most of the time. I have no idea what you're talking about. There is absolutely not a coffin in the living room at all. That is not
in the living room. And we also have Ram's Head. I think it's more like demon.
You have an obsession with that Ram's Head that very much amuses me.
I do. I love it.
It's great. So my brother got me this. It's like an old kind of like gentry bust, but instead of it being a human head, it's a ram's head, and it's also lime green and velvety for absolutely no reason. Like, it's just bizarre. And basically my brother bought it for me for he bought it for my first flat, and he was like, I wanted to get you something for your house that was as weird as you are. And I was like, I'll take it. That's great. So I loved it.
It looks more yellow now, in my defense, than it does lime green.
Yeah, no, it does. Especially where we've put it next to other green things. It looks very yellow. But that is because it is, oh god, that's upsetting, like 10 years old. Oh, that's so depressing. Like, just thinking about that is so depressing. Anyway, I don't like thinking about my age.
How are we all feeling about 250 plus physical in TBR? So around 350 total books on my ebooks. See, I don't count ebooks. I always forget about ebooks when I look at my TBR, because it's like, if it's not in front of me, it doesn't count, right? Because like, I have loads of Audible books that I haven't got to, and I've got like a bunch of ebooks I bought ages ago, and I always forget about the ebooks.
See, I don't have many ebooks. I've only got like 6 ebooks because I lost. So my Kindle broke. The one that I had down here, I think I threw away because it just won't turn on anymore. And the Kindle app that I have that's connected to my new account has only like 6 books on it. And it was really funny because for the other book club, and many book clubs, so I apologise, was to read out of your comfort zone. And Lizzie suggested that I pick up an ebook because I just don't read ebooks very often. And I was like, oh, okay, let's see what I've got left over on my Kindle. No, absolutely not. The only book on my Kindle that I have not read is an orc romance. And I don't know why I bought it. It was probably just like 99p and probably on TikTok. No, won't be reading that. So I'll have to buy something else. Thanks.
Yeah.
I have that on Twitter earlier.
As you though, Ali, I keep on hauling books, and it's worse now I live with Hannah, because suddenly the books are more readily available than they ever were before, because we have an entire bookshelf. It's a half bookshelf, but it's still an entire bookshelf that is books I can and do buy on a regular basis.
So the thing is, I've made buying books for Lizzie really fucking easy, in that I've said to Lizzie she can have whatever she wants from the thing so long as she lets me know, and then I'll just charge her at the end of the month.
So it's real dangerous.
It's real dangerous.
It sounds dangerous.
I have been okay.
You've been pretty consistent with like your spending. Like, you've not gone overboard, like really, really overboard.
No, but then it's all the other books I buy on top of that as well. So like all the Pretty Waterstones editions of things.
Well, if you just didn't spend those, then that wouldn't be a problem, would it?
But I want the Pretty Waterstones editions. I love a sprayed edge.
I know you do, but I was saying this to Jamie earlier. I am really going off pretty editions. Like, good covers, yes, but like buying a specifically pretty edition before I've read the book terrifies me because they're always more expensive than standard editions. And what if it's shit? And it always makes me think of like, which book was it that you spent like 75 quid on and then didn't like? Was that you? Or was that someone else? No,
yes,
it was you, wasn't it?
it was, but I bought that off of someone else, and that would have been.
Like, imagine spending £75 on King of Scars and then not liking it. Like, just think about that for a sec.
I don't need to think about it, Hannah. I fucking did it.
You don't need to think about it because I think about it enough for the both of us.
Yeah, okay, but I did learn my lesson because I then have only spent that much on this edition of the Night Circus that I bought off Amana, but that included shipping, and this is one of my favorites.
I mean, yeah, good for you. I have never spent £75 on a single book in my entire life, and I hope that I go to my grave being able to say that.
Well, Hannah, I never said you weren't better than me, okay? I just said I'd learned my lesson.
I haven't seen any, so I wouldn't know, but I'm glad that you see me as your sole source of middle grades. I'm happy to be that for you. I love being the people buy books from because they just get so excited, and I feel like I've contributed to a good day when books arrive, and then they take a photo of it and put it on Instagram or Twitter, and they go, "My books have arrived," and I just like I like that. I don't know if any Waterstones booksellers get the same buzz when they've sold like their 100th book of the day, and they're just like, okay, yeah, someone else has bought fucking Love Hypothesis. Not me being anti Love Hypothesis, just that it's so popular. And like when someone buys it from me, I'm like, yes, I love that book. You're gonna really enjoy that book. Do you know what I mean? Like I get a lot.
Well, I was gonna say, but also you said Ali got to buy the Map Makers early because the Map Makers isn't out in the US yet.
Nope. Although to be fair, Ali's still got to wait for it because it's got to be posted, like as in like it's been posted to her, but she's still got to wait for it because of the post.
Yeah. Indeedy. I feel like we should do one more and then call it, like, and do like a little wrappy uppy bit at the
bit.
If we go for another like half an hour and then call it after that.
Sounds good. I'm going to pick up Beast Boy Loves Raven and see if I can finish this in half an hour because honestly, because all the them are different, I will finish this because I want to see like the other 12 and what they've done with them. But I'm not in love with it, so I'm going to pick this up next.
Should I pick up Isola? Because that's a graphic novel.
Graphic novel. Is it on your? It is on your TBR for this month, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Go for it.
It's on my TBR shelf, and I could tick one off, couldn't I?
You could. It's going to be a huge surprise when my haul arrives because the post is intensely sluggish. True.
See, I would love that.
3 for 3 on graphic novels.
I think it'd be fun if you get a huge surprise every time because then it's like you get a gift that you've forgotten about, so it doesn't feel like you've paid for it. It's like a huge gift.
For a while it was really quick, but I also think, Ali, and I may be wrong, I also think that originally you were only buying like 2 or 3 books at a time. So I was posting it first class, and then we had to swap to economy, and the first couple of economy ones weren't too bad. But because you buy in bulk, I have to send it economy, I think might also be the reason. We can all graphic novel together, but separately. Because I'm not leaving my room. I'm too cozy here now.
My radiator is on. So I'm like... That's why I'm like leaning forward.
I can tell, because you're like clambering onto it. Little gremlin. I need to work out how to bleed a radiator. Does anyone know how to bleed a radiator? Can anyone come to Banbury and bleed my radiator? I
made a really helpful comment on her earlier.
Yeah,
like, you need to loosen the valve, and Hannah went, with what? A tool? I don't know. I just know that that's what you have to do. So yeah, if anyone actually knows how to do it, that's really handy because apparently I don't.
No, I haven't got a clue. I might Google that in the next sprint, actually.
Well, if you can bleed your radiator in the next sprint, you might be warm in the morning, which might be nice.
Shocker. Right, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to listen to an audiobook whilst I bleed my radiator. So, let's set up this timer.
Are you still reading Wolf Hall?
Yes. But I have like 3 audiobooks that I need to read for Iridium as well. So, once I finished Wolf Hall, which was for Buzzwordathon, I'm late on that one, then I'll move on to the others. But to be honest, I just want to pick up Dead or Alive. Like, I don't even care about any others. But
don't even talk to me about that because I want to read it so hard. It's fine because it's on my TBR for next month, and after tomorrow I can just pick it up.
You mean this month? It's April.
I meant this month. Yeah, let's go with that. I definitely said this month and then this month. Yeah,
you definitely said it. I ordered the books from Waypoint, but then I need the instant serotonin, so I buy more books that you can get now. That's fair.
Yes, it is.
I mean, thrift shop buying and like secondhand shop buying, I will never begrudge. So, anyway,
I need to do more of that.
Let's clear some of the books we have first, Lizzie.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sport. Right. Anyway, I'm going to read now.
Can I interrupt us for a second, please? Because I found a video which basically will show me how to bleed a radiator, but I just need to show you the first like 16 seconds of this video because it's fucking wild, and it really made me laugh, and I just need to share it with you. It's just really important that you also okay, so you can see that, right? Can you hear that? Like, one second.
I'm Tony Jones.
Can you hear that? Okay, cool.
Engineer. I'm going to show you how to bleed a radiator. Firstly, you need to see if the radiator is cold at the top or the...
Who does that? Who just strokes a radiator? It was like...
And I also think... I think the music in the background made it worse. Because it was just...
Have I discovered radiator porn? Is that what this is? Is that what this is?
Oh my god, the British gas man just...
Tony,
I'm
going to show you how to bleed a radiator. You should treat your radiator with respect. Take it out for dinner. Buy it flowers. Tell it you love it. I'm just like the whole thing, and that's as far as I got into how to bleed a radiator before I had to pause and interrupt you guys. So I will now. I'll shut up now and I'll put the timer back on. But I just I'm gonna think about that video for a really long time.
Just remember, when you bleed your radiator, you have to stroke your radiator first. It's very important step.
Caress. But I get what he's saying, but like for me, if I'm gonna using my headboard as an example, if I'm going to test to see if my headboard's hot, it's gonna be a this, right? It's not gonna be a whilst I make eye contact with the camera. Like, that's not happening.
Oh, I'm so glad that this is immortalized on the internet forever.
You know what's really funny? It's immortalized on your channel as well, not mine.
I know. I'm so happy about this.
It's really funny as well because I'm color coordinated with it as well. So it's just...
You know, I was really confused about why you wanted to show us this radiator thing, and I was like, yeah, okay, go for it. And then I realized why. Yeah.
No,
it was worth it.
I wasn't going to keep it in suspense too long. Don't worry. I know how to please an audience.
I'm so shocked. I wasn't expecting it. So now I'm really thrown.
You want to see it again?
No.
No, you're fine. I'll put this back.
It's all right. You've already upset me because you gave me this and you didn't warn me about something that happens on page 2.
I don't remember what happens on page 2. I'll come downstairs. I'll come downstairs and ask you. Right.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
Well, I finished. No, I didn't finish the graphic novel.
nice.
That's good. We like.
I want the next one. Purely because this was kind of wild and it didn't explain anything. It was just like, yeah, this is the situ, and you're gonna accept it.
Mm-hmm.
So now I want the second one.
Okay.
Banana.
Yeah, I'm making a note. You're fine. Because the thing is, I kind of had the opposite where I was like, well, that didn't explain anything. No. So I kind of figured you'd be the opposite.
But can I have this cover, please? This one.
I mean,
No.
I don't think we get to decide that. But
So I don't like this one. I like this one. And it matches this one, see? Because they have two different covers for each one. And there's one definitely prettier than the other.
it matches this one, see? I don't know why that like made me feel like you were some kind of like old-timey gangster. But that's
I am.
But we need it to match. It has
Yeah.
to match.
Yeah, see? See, Silka's with me. It needs to match. Otherwise, it's just a bit sad.
a bit sad.
A bit sad.
Sad.
How did you manage to bleed your radiator, Hannah?
No, because the valve on my radiator is broken.
Oh.
So
I love that.
because basically I was like, right, the video was you get your radiator key, you twist it till water comes out, and you twist back, and I was like, oh, that's simple. So then I googled, what do you do when you don't have a radiator key? And it was like, oh, flathead screwdriver. I was like, sweet. So then I put the flathead screwdriver in it, and whoever has done it has either done it so tight and the metal is so worn away on that screw that it just snaps every time. Like more bits of metal come off it. So
that's something
that.
for the landlady to sort out.
Mm-hmm. Congrats on your whole 3 chapters.
Yeah, thank you, William, for joining.
Right.
Well done for nearly getting to 2/3. On page 70, we haven't gotten too spicy yet. Well, that's upsetting.
Also,
like
70 pages in half an hour is insane.
Yeah,
It really is.
crazy. But also, it's 70 pages and there's no smut yet. Come on.
Come on.
Get on with it.
Get on with it.
And another 40 pages from Sarah. Everyone did really well. How did you do, Silka, on that sprint? Did you do good?
I did about another 20 pages.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
I did
And
about
I'm
the
just-
same.
I'm
Nice.
just enjoying this book more and more the further I get into it. So
Good. I'm
it's
really.
good. We like.
You're making me want to pick it up, but I don't have time this month.
But I do not have time.
Well, I
Don't-
wasn't supposed to pick it up this month either, but then I picked it up last month just kind of on a whim, and now I just need to finish it.
That's fair.
Nice.
So, but I'm gonna try and finish everything like no later than Sunday, I think, because I do have a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. So if I can finish it by like Sunday morning, that would be great.
Yeah.
That would be great.
That would be great. That's what we're aiming for.
Yeah. And Hannah, are you enjoying your book?
That last story was just kind of a bit bizarre. It was a kind of the Greek fates, but make it Mexican and also make them murderers. So it was a bit weird. But the next one is vampires in Mississippi. So who knows? I'm more intrigued. But at that point, I will officially I will be about halfway. Once I finish that one, I'll be halfway through. So
Nice.
Nice.
But I don't
like-
know why I was like, I said, yeah, I'll do the graphic novel. And then I think I was just in such a bad mood about the radiator that I was like, fine, let's just continue. Like, it's not that like it's a bad book, it's that each story is so wildly different. And they are quite clearly all authors who have a very specific genre or niche or interest. So the only cohesive part of each story is that it's American history, which, if you know anything about American history, is like wild anyway, because it's just a whole bunch of people from a whole bunch of other places forcing it to be something else. So they're all really, really different, like really different. So it can be a bit jarring moving from one to the next. And also there are quite clearly a few authors here where short stories are not their forte. They are used to writing a lot longer story because some of them feel really rushed. And I feel like a short story should be a story in and of itself and shouldn't feel like they've tried to cram a book into 10 pages.
No, that can be annoying.
So a couple of them have felt like that. Like the first one, it felt like a short story because it was just her narrative in this specific moment. You had some context to build up to begin with, like it had a sad ending, but everything was tied together. The second story, I was like, you've massively rushed that. Like that could have been a whole book on itself, but instead you've just tried to squeeze loads of things in. So like, yeah, they kind of jump around a little bit, which is why I'm trying really hard not to judge the next story based on my feelings of the last one, and that is also really difficult. Has been made easier by the fact that we keep breaking it up into little sprints, but yeah, it's not my favorite. I don't see the book getting more than 3.5 stars in total.
Okay,
but I will probably
stories might get more than that.
But in stories, yeah, there are definitely ones that I'm like, that was interesting. Like the first one I thought was really, really good. The second one was pants. Which is weird because by Marie Lu, who did Warcross.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I was just really disappointed, just like with just the way it kind of all played out. Vampires, obviously, they should score much higher because I love a vampire. So
love vampires.
We'll see. We shall see. But I need to sleep. I need to have my tea and then sleep.
Yeah. Ali, to answer your questions, I have no idea. This was a real impromptu last minute deciding I've got nothing on tonight, and I have time, so I don't know yet. Hopefully on a more semi-regular basis. Because this was nice, but we'll have to figure out how I can have more control so Hannah doesn't have to click on everything for me. As much as I know that Hannah has loved doing it.
Nice.
But no, we are going to wrap it up now. But obviously, Twitter and Discord and that will tell you when we're going to do it again. But thank you everyone for coming for my first sprints, and thank you Silke and Hannah for joining me so I wasn't on my own. I really appreciated it, and yeah. Thanks, everyone.
No worries.
Bye.